there was a time when I would lean on God for everything, but not necessarily the God of the Bible, because there's just a lot of things that bother me about uh, that whole thing, especially coming from people who claim to be Christian or claim to follow a certain religion. Um, the way that they live their lives, the way that it doesn't line up with what the book that they're following. So, but I guess I question with I don't know, to kind of, I feel inclined towards God for some reason. I don't know if we didn't have a word for God and we didn't have a bunch of books already written with guidelines, like if we were just born and kind of, I don't know, just thinking back to like when you're a kid and you talk to something and you don't know that it's called God, like, growing up with like a heavy childhood, I would always kind of ask for help from something, you know what I mean? So, and before I could call it God, or before I could call that prayer, I was seeking help from something, right? So, but I don't know if that makes sense.
Not quite. You're saying that absent being told there was a God, absent being taught to pray, to ask the sky for help, you think that you would anyways.
Right. Well, I would say like belief and faith is a powerful tool. Your mindset where it needs to be for like manifestation, or just seeing the world around you become what you want it to do. And if Jesus is the way that you think that, like if believing in Jesus and whatever love comes from that for you, if that helps you get your mind in the place
Right.
where,
But I'm not
yeah.
asking about Jesus specifically. I'm asking you about
Mhm.
your belief in a God. And so you say that you don't not believe. You believe there's something there. Is that accurate?
I would say more like an energy, if for lack of
What is
better
energy?
words. Ooh, um, it's hard to put into words, right? But just if you wish to see a different outcome and you keep putting out the same uh, feelings and emotions and thoughts, and how you frame that, affects the, you know, energy, which I know you
Are you
can't define a word, but
Well, you haven't defined it. You've
right.
said there's something there, energy. I'm just trying to figure out what you mean.
Right. So, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is vibe, which is basically the same thing as energy. But
Vibe is the same thing as energy. Are you sure? G.
I mean,
Vibe.
is it not a synonym?
I have no idea. These are words you're using your way, so I don't know what you mean. If you mean energy, like in the scientific sense, I don't think that's what you're talking about. Not the way you've mentioned it. But what is it you are talking about?
Like the atmosphere that you create, or
Mood?
yeah, mood. That kind of is a combination of like your feelings and emotions and how you choose to frame.
What does mood have to do with energy?
Well, how you let your surroundings affect you. That whether it's
Surroundings affect you.
right, so whether it's
So your
circumstances or
outlook or attitude towards uh, interactions and things that happen.
yeah, obstacles, or
Is that
the
energy?
room.
Is that the God you were talking about?
Maybe I'm a little lost now.
I asked it. I was saying you seem to believe there's something there, something godlike. You're just not, like you say that you prayed to something there was, or that you felt like there was something you should pray to. But you went on to say energy when I said, it sounds like you think there's a God there. And so somehow we got into how you react to situations and your mood.
Right.
Is that God? Is that what you're talking about?
So, like, just as a regular human, when I think of God, the way that it's written down, like you almost want to put a face to it, and it's spoken of as it's like another human-like entity, right? And so that's where I kind of separate energy from God. You almost want to put a face to God, and it's also been labeled by men, like by humans, right? So you can't really put your stock in like one book to live your life by that.
She started singing your anthem, didn't she, Rev?
Close. I think is close, but it might just be a limitation of language. But I'm curious to see where she goes.
Yeah, sorry. English is not my first language, but I'm trying.
No. Oh, that's your English is phenomenal. That was it. It wasn't. I wasn't commenting on your language. I was commenting on the. I am also
choice of words.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't say these things out loud, so that's why when you think something, it just makes sense. So when you try to put words to it, it's
We get that a lot here. Don't worry.
Yeah. Wait, Rob, what's up? What do you? How can you put better words to this idea?
I want to be careful. I'm not to seem to reinforce ideas when what we are doing is questioning.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we're just asking questions.
Well, right now we're asking questions.
Oh, got it.
It is kind of one-sided.
Okay.
But you're saying that people have always put like human things onto God, like people have always tried to imagine it in human ways, and that limitation is there. Are you saying that there is, I guess what I'm trying to pin down and have been, are you saying there is something godlike there, but the God is not human-like?
Well, I think that people in the past have tried to make this idea like as tangible as possible, right? So from my understanding, which is probably not like a lot, but imagine like before the Bible was written, it was a series of stories passed down, like kind of word of mouth, right? And so before they became this text, it was like going back to energy. And now I don't know how I would really define that. I would have to think about that more for next time.
So you're relating it back to the Bible again.
I suppose, right? Because that's what Christianity is, the religion that I'm most like familiar with, right? So I wouldn't be able to reference like Islam or anything, or Buddhism or Sikhism or anything like that, right?
Why would you reference a religion at all?
Well, right, exactly. So when you think of God, like just what I've been surrounded with the most, it's been like the God of Christianity or Catholic, like Catholicism, right? So that's just where
Right. But what we're doing here is seeing what, if anything, is God to you.
Right. I think all the books are similar, so you can replace the Bible with pretty much any scripture.
I'm hmm. I wonder why we're going back to books. What is God? If you think there is a God there, which I don't
Why are
see.
we going back to books? Because that's how that's how God is introduced to a lot of people, and
Right, but you've made it clear you question that. You don't
yeah.
follow the books.
Hmm.
I'm asking you, do you think there's something there that is godlike?
Yeah.
What is it? Think on it for a moment. Take your time. And I'm not trying to add to the pressure. I just want to go ahead and thank everybody for the 8,000 times they've tapped the screen. And of course, nearly, what are we up to? 7 shares. Oh, we could do better than that. All we gotta do is hit that bent little arrow and pick any of those options, and we can get out to the FYP a little bit more if we share the live. Appreciate all of you, though. But what is the thing that is there that you think of as godlike?
I keep going back to the word energy just because, like, by any chance, do you have like a better, like, what is your interpretation of like when I say energy?
Well, that's just it.
You
I
want me to
have
figure it out?
I have dozens of people a night say energy or something like it, and they all mean something different,
Ah.
something unique, something they've flavored to their mind.
What is this energy doing, or what is the role of this energy?
I would say it's like an internal dialogue, right? It would be a different source for everyone, or how you create that inner world.
Are you talking about thoughts?
Not necessarily thoughts, but thoughts play into it, right? Like we were saying earlier, or I was saying earlier, um, just how you handle situations, how you handle obstacles, how you are influenced by your environment and the people around you. Um, and how, like, if you want to see a different outcome around you, like how you carry yourself, how you keep your mindset, right? That all affects what you see around you. And so I would say, like, the godlike um, energy would just be your relationship with everything around you. Like,
The godlike energy is your relationship with everything around you. So for you, energy is your interactions. And is it your interactions or is it your feelings on those interactions?
maybe a combination of of all of that, like the way that you place your coffee cup on the counter, or the way that you respond to, like, you know criticism or conflict, just everything. It's the and also how you think, where your mindset's at. So it's like physical and internal to me. Like, because you can perform one thing, right? You can perform whatever you want people to see around you, but then you have to also deal with that within yourself. You know how you treat people when no one is looking, or when, like, how you act around someone you think is important to, like, have the like when you really want someone to like you, or like your bosses, how you it's just like a whole thing. It's everything. Wait, so hold on. This is my first time looking down at the comments. Somebody, let me see.
Don't
Don't do
worry about
that.
the
Oh,
comments.
don't do it.
Yeah, don't do that. I mean, you can read them, but just you're not going to respond to them up here.
Got it.
Yeah, it, I wouldn't recommend reading them either until you're done.
Got it. Yeah, this is the most peaceful live. I'm new to TikTok, so I just thought it was interesting the way that this was framed.
Very sorry for whatever comes next. In other lives, I mean.
Oh gosh.
So
So,
go ahead, Rav. He's got some
yeah,
questions.
yeah. So I think like what I'm hearing is sort of the word connectivity and the word energy and um, like and an uncertainty about like what this energy does, but like maybe everybody has like their own sort of subjective thing in this, and maybe people are into it, maybe they're not into it. Am I tracking what you're saying so far, and how does it feel? If I am, how does it feel the way that I'm just holding it back to you or
Yeah,
offering it back to you?
yeah, I mean, I guess it also depends on each individual's capacity, right? Because some people are perfectly fine with just subscribing to a certain text but for someone like me, I question too many things. I would totally like if it was just like a clear-cut thing. Yeah, I'd love to believe that the God of whatever's written down by people, like if there were no questions about that, I would totally subscribe to that. But it's like, when you go to church on Sunday, they pick like a couple of texts, about family or love or whatever, or, happiness. They don't go into like the darkness of the other scriptures, right? So you don't want to hear certain stories on a Sunday morning when you're trying to set yourself up for the week. So, it's just for some people that works. They don't, a lot of people who like put all of their faith in a certain like rendition of God, no matter what book you're following, um, they're not really even fluent in that. So,
Well,
um,
I think that's a pretty Christian sort of perspective, just to be clear. Um, and I guess like still the question remains though, like what is the role of this energy? What is it doing? And where does it come from? Where does it go? Where does it come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
um, well, you have choices, and your choices affect the life around you. So, um, you know, you might trying to think of like a way to say this, but I guess I can go like the extreme route. I don't know what I'm allowed to say on TikTok, but
You just can't use intent. That's really I mean, you don't have to use an example that's, horrible. I mean,
yeah.
presumably there's an example that you can use that isn't, you know,
Well,
destructive or something.
okay. So let's say like not everyone has the same internal battles, right? And so if someone has the option to commit a crime and like they choose to do that or they choose against that, then that further develops their character, and it just depends on what you want. Like what is I don't know, for me it's like certain things pull on your I don't know, my first thought was pull on your heart, but that's just like a metaphor, but like you feel inclined towards one thing or another, um just naturally, and not everyone has the same inclinations. um
Like a lure, maybe?
yeah, like people you're drawn to, environments you're drawn to, like maybe you like love music, or you're drawn to a guitar, or you're drawn to like art, or maybe you're drawn to politics or whatever. There's a reason why we all are um
Is there any intent to the energy? Like, does the energy have a mind, or is there any sort of end goal that the energy has? What does the energy want for you?
I don't know. That would be something to. I mean, it's different for everyone.
So if it's different for everyone, then can it have an intent or something like that?
Mm, it could have an intent, and and I often wonder, like, what is the purpose, or what is the. I don't think that the intent comes from an outside source, right? If that makes sense. But if you ask the question, like, what is the purpose of life? I always struggle with, like, the answers that I receive from other people or other sources, which is just like, oh, you're here to learn lessons, and which, like, does not make sense to me at all, because like, why
Why
there's
should there be a purpose?
right.
I think that was actually a question. Why must there be a purpose
Yeah.
or a pre-purpose?
Yeah, I mean, everyone has a different starting point, with their surroundings and experiences that shape them, and who they're influenced by, and the way that those people carry themselves. So it just kind of develops you into the person that you become. For what reason? I have no idea.
Do you think? Oh,
Oh,
go ahead.
sorry. No, no, please.
I'm not hearing the question really answered. Do you think there has to be some kind of purpose?
Do I think there has to be some kind of purpose?
Hmm.
It would be cool if the purpose was made clear,
Do
you
you
know.
think there has to be a purpose?
I don't think there has to be. It might be subjective.
So then it would just be whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, but there are guidelines, right? Because
From what?
um,
What guidelines?
I've heard some people say that there's no like, right or wrong, and for me, like, I see the argument there, but there are some things that are just, like, sickening to me, and that's doesn't sit well with my inner um my inner peace, and maybe some people don't want peace, or some things are just, like, sickening to me, and it doesn't feel good for me.
Hmm.
Um,
So there are things that you find sickening, things that
right.
you find abhorrent or distasteful, things
Yeah,
that you
that I
find
don't think
wrong,
should exist.
that you don't think should exist.
Yeah. Like, why would it even be a
So,
thing to take another person's life, or to impose yourself on another human being? Like, why is that even an option? Why, you know?
Well, I mean, why do you think it would be an option? Like, can you steel man the position to take another person's life? You know what I mean? Can you steel man the position to act in a way that is abhorrent to you? You know, can you put yourself in the opposite perspective?
No, I mean, no.
You can't imagine unaliving somebody who is trying to unalive you.
Mm, not with that intention, right? If my first instinct would probably be to, well, as someone who I love jujitsu, and the goal of that is to just end the confrontation as quickly as possible, right? So the goal isn't um to come out on top necessarily, like in a self-defense um perspective. You just want to neutralize the situation and take yourself out of there, rather than like show how big you and bad you are and be like, oh, okay, so this person
So
came
how
at me
does this
first.
answer Raf's question?
If I were to, I wouldn't, if someone's trying to take my life, my intention wouldn't be, okay, so this person's trying to take my life, I'm gonna take their life first. My personal goal would be to get out of that situation.
Sure,
And
but the
if the
question is,
outcome
can you
is,
imagine? Sure, of course. I fully understand that. I'm not saying that we should intend on. I'm not arguing for that. What I'm asking is, can you imagine a scenario in which it is unalive or be unalived?
yeah, I can imagine a scenario like that,
Okay.
but I can't imagine myself being involved in that scenario.
How fortunate. I mean, thank goodness. I'm just saying. I guess what I'm saying is, like, um,
And I guess
if
that goes back to like
Hang
what,
on, he was in the middle of saying something.
oh,
Just a
excuse
second.
me.
What he was saying was,
Yeah, what I'm saying is, like, if we can imagine that scenario, like, as reprehensible as it might seem, um, maybe it is understandable that there are some scenarios that, even though they feel reprehensible, they are um, as subjective as right and wrong seems to be. You know what I'm saying? I think what you're well, I was gonna say something, um, and I'm wondering. I guess I'm wondering. Uh, I got to think about it. It's the question that I'm wondering about is something along the lines of, what role does the energy play in your decision making process? And um, I think, what do you know about, like, ethics and that sort of thing?
I probably wouldn't be able to have like a cognitive conversation about, I mean, I could listen and understand, but I probably wouldn't be able to uh, just dish it first. But if to kind of expand on this idea, if if you spend your time, or like if you fill up your headspace with scenarios such as um, being in a position of life and death, then that may present itself to you in your reality, right? And so if you spend your mental capacity thinking about,
I'm sorry, wait a second. Are you saying if you think about being in that situation, then you are more likely to end up in that situation? And that if you don't think about it, you are less likely?
in a
Is that really
way,
what you're saying?
yeah, if thoughts
You
become
think,
words, words become actions.
th-
Can I?
what? Go
Oh,
ahead, Kat.
do you think that you hold this view because you have had the privilege of not ever having to think about those scenarios seriously?
No, because I had a very heavy upbringing, and I could have made different decisions, and um, I decided to pick a path that I no. I would say no, without getting too personal. I've had my share of just the way that you said privilege with that undertone says
You
a lot.
decided to read into that instead of
Yeah.
actually hearing the question, because I was going to ask the exact same question. Is it not possible that you have simply had a lack of life and death situations so that you now think that somehow, if you just don't think about them, they won't happen?
No. I mean, I
Or
did
is
serve
that
in the
maybe a
military. You know, I I've been in heavy situations, but I would say as a general, I'd have to think about that before I start talking. But
How did
Okay.
you make it through serving in the military without and come out with the idea that if you consider life and death situations, then you will manifest them? You
well,
should know
first of
that
all,
sometimes you'll just be in them.
yeah, first of all, I guess my role in the military wasn't like infantry. I was an analyst, so I spent a lot of time behind a desk, right? So um, that was just a choice. But um, I would say it has more to do with your internal world. And so even if you are placed in a situation that's out of your control, um, your mindset might play a role in your survival if you were to be put in a situation like that.
Your mindset will definitely play a role if you're in a situation where your life is being threatened. Certainly, that is true. But if you've never taken the time to consider the fact that you may be in that situation, and you are put in that situation through something outside of your control, how are you going to deal with it? If your mindset is that if you don't think about it, it's not going to happen, what if it does?
I think it had to be more specific.
It's not a specific question, it's a hypothetical.
I think maybe can I maybe
Go for it, Rav. Please
do you,
be my guest.
do you think maybe your position is more hopeful that you won't have to or something like that, as opposed to like, realistic or something like that? Like
Not,
maybe your position is more idealistic than it is.
not necessarily, because uh, if you're thinking like, oh, nothing bad will ever happen to me, and you spend your time, you know, um, with that exact kind of phrasing, then you're still putting it out there like bad things might happen to me, right? So you just have to place your focus elsewhere. So whether it's kind of like don't think of an elephant kind of thing, right?
Well,
Give an elephant?
Right. Did you think of an elephant?
no, actually, what I thought of was an ostrich putting their head in the sand and avoiding reality.
Okay.
I guess let me ask you, what is, oh, I almost said the word Thrayle. Do you hear me?
Hmm.
I almost did it.
He
What
almost
is
did.
your, yeah, I almost did it. Yeah. What is your energy sort of, how are you interacting with your energy at this moment? And what is it sort of like, what's coming up for you?
How am I interacting with this energy?
Hmm.
I'm my mindset with coming on to TikTok is I'm pretty new to the platform. Um, but I just thought I'd look around for interesting topics that weren't like super rage baity or like a hectic um panel or people throwing jabs at people. I just didn't want to be in an argumentative space, so I just picked this one because I thought it was an interesting question and like the tone, you know. So
I
that's
guess.
why.
I don't
Mhm.
think that's what he meant by interacting
Yeah.
with the energy. That's more immediate.
Yeah.
I think when Kat and I both sort of asked a question about, and I guess Thrayle too, and we were all sort of thinking the same thing, like, gosh, I wish I, could imagine a scenario where I wouldn't have to defend myself like that. Um, why do you think that us three had a different response? Like, why do you think the three of us had this sort of, oh, wow, I wish I didn't have to sort of consider that, as opposed to you who said, "Oh, I would, it wouldn't, it doesn't apply to me."
No, it's not that it doesn't apply to me. It's just not how I carry myself. Um, because it came up in this topic, in this moment of time, in the present moment, I chose to indulge it. But, when I wake up tomorrow, I'm not going to be in the mindset of, oh, I hope nothing happens to me, or I, I wish today would. If I spent my entire day thinking that, then most likely I think that I would come across more situations like that.
You, you're saying that what you think about becomes what you encounter. It seems a little different than saying that. I almost feel like you're trying to say something different than what it sounds like you're saying.
I might be using words that are um yeah, we might be on the same page.
I don't know if it's the same page. Do you believe that what you think becomes reality?
It depends on, not necessarily. It's not just what you think about, because you could be thinking, um, I'm a millionaire, but because you don't feel that way, or because it's going back to energy. I don't know how to exactly explain that, but no, I don't think just because you think, but where you place your focus is what you're going to see more of, I think, is a better way to look at it.
Where you put your focus is what you're going to see more of.
Yeah.
That seems slightly different.
It's slightly different, I would say.
Mm.
Closer
Because
to what I mean.
the other thing sounded like you were saying, if you think it, it will become.
No. No, it's more of where you place your focus is closer to what it's more aligned with, just in terms of words and
So
phrases.
you're just saying that it will alter your mindset to think about things, and that will be the thing you look for. And so you'll see more of what you're looking for, if it's already there.
Focus combined with action also, taking steps to,
So
it's
okay.
a
So
combination.
physical, psychological, but not supernatural, not telekinetic or psycho manipulative of the world
No, I wish Harry Potter world was, that would be
It
cool.
sounded like you were implying something like that.
No. No, I mean, tethered to reality, of course.
How do you determine what reality is?
Well, we obviously have physical limitations, right? So I don't have the same like bone structure and feathers and stuff to just fly like a bird, right? So, I could, mechanically, find a way to get up in the air, whether in an airplane or find some kind of a contraption that could support my body weight and, whatever, attach something to my arms to mimic that if I wanted to, right?
What was
But
my question?
your question was, what is like reality, pretty much? Like, how do you?
And now you're talking about becoming a bird and flying.
Right. So
How does that answer my question, how you determine what reality is?
so separating like your physical, we have obvious physical limitations. So what I'm saying is the reality is there are some things you're not going to be able to just do. But mentally, I would say, like, you could imagine, right? Like, you could live in your head, or you can,
Okay.
live in the world.
I don't know if you're hearing my questions or if you're
Wondering
I don't
if
know.
she's answering a question about free will when you're asking a question about how one establishes one's sense of reality and the world around them.
Right.
Well, everyone's reality would be different.
Okay. Do you think that there is one reality that we all share and we all perceive it differently? Or do you think that every individual has their own reality?
There's aspects of both of those I could agree with. Depends on how you look at it. I could
Are you more inclined one way than the other?
probably the first one. We have a shared reality and we view it differently.
Okay. So we all have one reality.
Depends on how you look at it. Your perspective, yeah. I would say we share the same space and we view it differently. And we experience different outcomes.
Did you have a follow-up, Brav? Or Cat? He came off mute, or he was off mute already.
I don't right now, no. Thank you.
Do you agree, or do you have a different perspective, Kat?
It doesn't matter what I think.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I just...
That wasn't personal. It's part of the exercise.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I just don't want to feel like I don't know. I don't want it to be like all about me. I like hearing other people's points of view,
Mm-hmm.
And because I'm never
it
like,
taints the integrity of the exercise for us to share what we think. That's why I don't say.
But
the
I appreciate you.
exercise.
I appreciate you, Nina, for coming up and answering the questions that you have. I hope that you keep asking questions And if you come up with more firm answers or clear ways to describe what you think God is, if it be God, then definitely bring those answers back, and we love to question those as well.
Yeah, I
Thank
would
you.
And
really. Do you ever do a version where you share your own perspectives? Because I like to hear that stuff. You know, I
Yeah.
don't.
Sometimes it'll say question the questioner.
and
Oh,
since you've been questioned, you can even come up and ask us questions.
When that happens. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
when the prompt is different. Okay. Yeah, it's been super stimulating and chill. So cool.
Go around and listen. You might find some cool ideas
Yeah.
or
Thanks.
I'll get to
something
hear
to think
more
about.
perspectives.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
also, since you've done the questioning, for whatever it's worth, can I say Thrayle now that we've had the conversation?
What it was that made you so eager.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nina, if I were, if you're interested, I would check out something called process theology.
Okay. Yeah, let me write that down.
And follow Rav around and ask him questions about it any chance you get.
Yeah.
Funny.
If it seemed like he and I had an inside joke during our conversation, it's because that's his belief.
And
he
I followed him
describes it
around
in
and asked him
similar-
questions about it for weeks.
So I appreciate you, Nina. I hope that you
Yeah.
keep asking questions. And if you find more answers, bring them back. I'll have
Okay.
more questions for you. But
Yeah,
take care
hopefully next
until
time
then.
you can give me answers too.
Take care.
Alrighty, bye.
W is for Nina. There was some questioning there. There were some walls, and I think there was some confusion probably about, what it is we're even doing. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking to tear your gods from your fleshy fingers and stuff them in a silken sack only to haul them into the woods where they'll never see the light of day in my shed. But I am here to see if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
Thrayle, every time you say that, it reminds me of the time that Kiera kept saying, I'm a nice lady.
She is a nice lady.
She is a nice lady. But the way she was saying it and was making it sound like maybe
Like there was something else.
like maybe she wasn't, because if you say it with such detail, it's like you've done it before. She's a nice lady.
Just because you've done something before doesn't mean that it's your goal. Does it?
Hi, Rav.
I don't know who's been there longest, but we'll start here.
Oh wait, hold. I was say I do.
Well,
Hello?
hello, Siren 3. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
26.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And what
I'm
god do you believe in?
The Christian God. I'm Catholic.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No, just gone to church and heard sermons.
Is it important to you if the Bible is true or not?
Yes, very.
Have you always been Catholic?
Well, yes, I was raised Catholic, but there was a period in my life where I've had doubts, and at one point I stopped believing altogether.
You stopped believing altogether and started again. And during
Yep.
all 26 of your years, you didn't read the book?
Not from cover to cover, no.
Oh, I see. So you've read pieces.
Yeah, pieces.
Do you believe the pieces that you've read to be true and literal?
I believe that there's a lot that can be true and there's a lot that can be misunderstood. And there's a lot that have been written by man inspired by God that might get lost in translation or because of the times we're in now. If that made any sense.
Sorry, I had a momentary distraction there. I definitely got to thank Nisha for gifting the whole panel. Thank you so much, Nisha. You said there are certain... I'm sorry, are there certain parts of the Bible that are true and others that are not?
I can't answer that question out of factualness. I don't know, but I do
About
think
what you
there's
believe.
about what I believe. I do think there's some that come across as really weird, and maybe for that time that it was written may have been for that time specifically, and now it's kind of like, it doesn't really make sense if that makes any sense. But I do wonder, like, some of the stories, like Jonah getting swallowed by a whale or Noah and the ark. Some people believe that they're stories that were told to help teach a lesson, I guess you could say. I think they're real, though.
Okay, so you think that the earth was created in 6 days and Adam and Eve were the first humans. And
Well, I have different theories about that, too. Like, what if... Now, this is something I heard scientifically speaking. The earth is... I might be wrong, but I think it said the earth is moving around the sun faster and faster, or it's spinning on its axis faster and faster every day or every year. Something about why we have a leap day, I don't know. But if that's true, then that means billions of years ago, days moved slower. And I do think that evolution can be true and Adam and Eve can be the first two humans. Because...
So I don't think that... Okay, so let's back up, okay?
Okay.
So my question was about the book. If you believe the book is true, if you believe the stories in it are true, and if you believe the 6-day creation story, do you believe that everything was formed in 6 days? And you're just saying there were slower days?
I'm saying it's possible. But yeah, I do.
Have you read the order of those days?
I heard about something, but I don't remember exactly what the order was or what I had read.
So you don't know the order described in the first chapter of Genesis?
The first was let there be light, right? I might be wrong.
And then what was after that?
Something about the separation or the waters or I want to say atmosphere, separation of the water and the land. I can't remember.
You're not far off. It's the separating the waters with the...
The sky.
Is it the sky?
I don't know, firmament. And then maybe the next one might have been vegetation, and then animals. But I might have skipped one or made up something.
Vegetation. You had that. So after the separation is the vegetation,
Cool, that's
and
right.
then after that,
Was it the animals next, or did that come with humans?
The sun and the moon and the stars come next.
Sun and the moon and the stars. Okay.
the sun, the moon, and the stars.
Mm-hmm. That's something I thought about. He said, "Let there be light," but he didn't create the sun when he created light. But doesn't Jesus say, I am the way, the truth, and the life, or I am the way, the truth, and the light?
Do you think that Jesus is in the opening moments of creation?
Well, Jesus is God. He was always there.
How can a person be God?
How can a God be a person?
That's what I'm saying. How can a God be a person?
God.
Well, the Bible says that God is not a person.
Jesus is both man and God. But he's
Yeah,
not a demigod.
I understand, but the Bible specifically says God is not a person.
He's
So
not.
how can that be?
He is man and God.
How does that work?
Immaculately.
Can you question your beliefs, Sarah?
I have in the past, yes.
Can you now?
Mm,
It's seeming
yeah.
like you're kind of evading those questions.
After everything I've been through, my faith is stronger than it used to be.
Is that faith? If you are avoiding critical thinking, is that the same thing as faith?
Oh, I've had critical thinking. And what I mean by that is I've had a lot of doubt, and it led me to having a stronger faith. Oh, but I'm evading your question. Are you saying that you should question your faith, otherwise you are blindly following and not strengthening your faith by
I
thinking
mean, that might
about
be
it?
one way to think.
Yeah.
One of the benefits of questioning.
Mhm. And I've questioned
If
a
the
lot.
faith is worth strengthening.
Yeah, I like that.
Can you go back to Raf's question then?
How can God be a man?
If the Bible explicitly says that he's not.
If he creates himself as one.
Do you not see that that would be a contradiction? Like if a prophet says something and it's becomes untrue, that makes that prophet a false prophet.
Which prophets? No. What was the exact, what are you talking about exactly, I mean? Because I don't remember that part of
No
the
problem.
Bible.
Yeah, no problem. Hosea 11:9, prophet Hosea, you might say Hosea,
Isaiah.
chapter 11, verse 9
Mm-hmm.
says, Ani Adonai lo ish, or Anochi Adonai lo ish. I am God, not a man.
Wait, a prophet said he was God and not a man?
Well, the prophet is the mouthpiece of God, and it's based the beginning of the verse.
Oh.
I can pull up the verse if it's helpful, but it says Ko
Mm-hmm.
Amar Adonai, like thus says Adonai,
That's supposed to be God's
and then
quote.
it
I got
says, yeah, and then it describes how God will be treating the tribe of Ephraim, and God will not pour out God's vengeance on Ephraim, and it says, I am God, not a man,
you.
basically distinguishing God's self from men. men.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I got
And
you.
this is
Also,
not the only time where God says, I'm not a man, just to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
not to detract from that point and keep it in your mind because it's more important than the one I'm going to make, but
Okay.
Sorry, would
you
you say,
might,
Thrayle? You're very quiet.
I just said not to detract from that point, but the other thing to take note of in this chapter, or this verse especially, is that he is not going to take vengeance because he's not a man. Saying basically that that is a human thing,
Mm-hmm.
vengeance. He doesn't need to do that. You might let that kind of mull in your mind until later.
Okay.
But back to Rav's point.
Right. Just thinking. I do find that interesting, but I wonder if he meant in that, well, I would say in that time frame, but time doesn't exist in heaven or hell. But I do think his meaning wasn't that Jesus is non-existent as God, but that he isn't pure man, and he doesn't have that human nature of wanting to take blind vengeance.
So he's
Just to be clear, it doesn't say lo ish. In other words, I'm not like man. It says lo ish. I am not a man.
Well, he's not.
Yeah, but Jesus is a man.
Mm-hmm.
So Jesus can't be God because Jesus is a man. Why do you need
why?
Jesus to be a God?
There you go.
He doesn't need Jesus to be God.
Why do you?
We need Jesus.
Why do you? Why do you need Jesus to be God?
No, I'm not God. I don't need Jesus to be God.
Let's back that question up instead. Why do
Okay.
you believe Jesus is God?
Because of a dream I had.
Because of a dream you had?
Mm-hmm. And this goes back to whenever I was a non-believer.
So,
Does this dream involve an elevator?
No.
I had to, I'm sorry.
I know.
No. Can I share it?
Why would you believe that something from a dream is informing you that Jesus is God?
Because after I had the dream, my faith was restored. And before I had the dream, I couldn't restore my own faith.
That's okay. I think you're hearing me ask a question, why do you believe Jesus is God?
Mm-hmm.
And you're hearing me ask, what is your reason to believe in Christianity?
No, I'm saying what my reason that I believe Jesus is God. My personal reasons.
And it's because of a dream that somehow made you feel faith again.
Yes.
What does that have to do with Jesus being God if it is a dream?
Dreams hold power.
What kind of power?
Well, if you do believe in anything pertaining to the Bible. There is one story about this man who had dreams that did predict the future, and they were warnings from God, like warnings of a famine. I've had
Wait,
dreams. Hmm?
so now I'm confused why we're going back to reference the Bible now. So you're saying in the Bible,
You're
prophets received dreams.
specifically
I remember
Joseph.
this one
It
story.
seems
I don't
you're
remember
talking
his
about
name.
you're talking about Joseph.
Oh, I remember Joseph, but I wasn't talking about him.
With the 7 years of famine, that 7 years
Yeah,
of
yeah. Was
that's
his name
Joseph.
Joseph too? Oh, okay.
Or you're
But
thinking of Jesus's uh, alleged stepfather, Joseph.
yeah, when he got the dream from Gabriel, if
Well, you
that
know
was
what's
a dream.
interesting? What yeah, I don't know. You know what's interesting about that scene is um, that it demonstrates. Well, first of all, are you aware that the lineage, the tribal lineage, goes through the father in Judaism?
Tribal lineage? I'm unaware of what you're talking about.
Yeah, no problem. So, like within Judaism, there are the 12 tribes. Are you familiar with that?
Mm-mm.
There's the 12 tribes of Israel.
Okay.
So Jacob had 12 sons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And then Jacob had 12 sons. And these 12 sons become the 12 sons of Israel, according to the text.
Mm-hmm. And
And so one of his sons is Joseph, actually.
oh.
And in the book of Numbers, so eventually you get to the Exodus story, and then you get to the Levitical law, and then you get to the book of Numbers where they're wandering in the desert. And at the very beginning of the book of Numbers, it says that every person should be counted as a member of their tribal house of their father. That's the second verse of the first chapter of Numbers. And the idea here is that your tribal affiliation is inherited through your father's house, which is to say there's no other way to get a tribal affiliation except by the house of your father.
Mm-hmm.
And so if Jesus's father is presumably who's Jesus's father?
God?
Okay. So what tribal affiliation is God?
Mm,
What
God doesn't
which one of
have a.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. God doesn't have a tribal affiliation. So that
Yeah.
means that Jesus does not have a tribal affiliation.
Mm-hmm.
And if Jesus doesn't have a tribal affiliation, do you know what tribe the Messiah is supposed to come from?
What?
They're supposed to come from the tribe of Judah because King David was of the tribe of Judah.
Mm. That like what Joseph came from, his stepfather?
Yeah, so that's great. Yeah, so in Matthew 1, it gives the lineage of Joseph. Um, and at the very last moment of the lineage, it says Joseph, who is the husband of Mary, who is the mother of Jesus. And so it demonstrates very clearly that Joseph is not the father. And as you already said, God is Jesus' father in the
Mm-hmm.
story. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but you cannot inherit somebody's tribal lineage. In other words, it's only through your father.
Mm.
And so by this reason, Jesus is not of the line of David, which means that Jesus is necessarily not the Messiah.
Oh, is that like the prophecy that he had to be
Yeah, like
from the.
yeah. Do you think that Jesus is the Messiah? I guess I should have asked that question first.
Yeah, I do.
Are you aware of what the word Messiah means when it comes from
Savior?
Hebrew? What's that?
Savior?
Well, Savior would be like Yeshua, actually.
Yeshua.
That's what yeah, which is what Jesus's name is in Hebrew. Um,
Yeshua.
yeah, right,
Yeshua.
Yeshua. But that's a great name to give somebody that you want to be as if you're going to name characters, you know what I'm saying? But the
Mm-hmm.
word Messiah literally means, it's from the Hebrew for anointed, which means
Oh no.
Mashiach or Mashiach.
Hmm.
And so, do you know how the anointing process went in the Bible?
Not the baptism, right? Or is it with
No.
John or something else?
Well, yeah, so baptism is a water ritual. It
Mm-hmm.
comes from water purification
Yeah.
rituals, especially around the time of the late Second Temple. It's called a mikvah. But anointing um, is a process by which a prophet pours oil onto the anointed's head.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if you read the Christian Bible, it doesn't say anything about Jesus being anointed. And so I would ask you, like, how would they be an anointed one if they're not anointed
Hmm.
with oil?
What does the oil do? What's
It's a
it
great
supposed to
question.
do?
Yeah, so in Israel and in much of the ancient Near East, there are three reasons why you use unction, which is like the pouring of oil, medicine, like for curing, for healing, right, for medicine,
Mm-hmm.
for cosmetic purposes, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I bet people pretty stinky, you know. Um,
Uh-huh.
People are still stinky, you know. Um, and okay, so we got medicine, cosmetic, and uh,
Cleansing?
exaltation, from moving from one status to another status. So a Levite, who are the priestly tribe, uh, you remember I said there were 12 tribes. One of the
Mm-hmm.
tribes are the Levites. They're the house of Levi, and uh, their job is to be the priests. But they weren't born priests; they have to be anointed uh, and made priests. And so there's a whole ceremony in Leviticus chapter 8 about the anointing of the priests and elevating their status from just regular old run-of-the-mill Levites to the Kohanim, to the priests, to the priestly class. And the same is true, like in the book of Samuel, where Saul is anointed by Samuel, and David is anointed by Samuel, and Solomon is anointed, so on and so forth. Um, and so this whole process of anointing with oil, well, I guess I should say the establishment of the process of anointing with oil in Leviticus and then in Samuel, we would wonder why they would leave out such a crucial detail out of the Christian Bible, unless
Mm-hmm.
they didn't know, or unless you have another thought.
No, I'm just trying to figure out, like, you said the anointing with oil, and I'm just thinking, like, maybe without oil he was still anointed, if that makes any sense. But that would mean that he goes from one to the other, like from, I guess you could say, ordinary to priest. But I would think that he's always been, you know, unless something happened, maybe like his first miracle or something, that's when it became like, no, not that, but maybe there's like a turning point, a pivotal moment that you could.
Where he just suddenly became anointed. Immaculately anointed.
Immaculately
Pre-anointed, if you will.
Pre-anointed.
pre-anointed, yeah.
Noin, 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 noin.
So he
Um,
was immaculately pre-anointed. Is that what Joseph was doing?
Wait. Never mind. I was gonna say, what's myrrh? That's not oil, is it? Is that like incense as well?
yeah, so they
Can
would
you
infuse
anoint with
frankincense.
incense?
They would infuse the frankincense and myrrh into the anointing oil. So if you
Into
look
the
at like,
anointing oil.
mhm. Yeah, that I think I started off by saying that anointing is the process by which people have oil poured on their head, otherwise known as unction.
Mm.
Unction junction, what's your function?
Mm-hmm.
Really quickly, I'm going to break in here. I think this would be the best spot to say thank you, Ketchup, Amy on the Fly, a Majestic Moose, Hanky, Bubs, Bats, Danny, Grax, and Nishu. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all of you. And also, thank you guys for the 38,000 times you've already tapped the screen. That really helps. Also, the 29 shares, all those really help us get out to the FYP, get a few more people in here curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
Real quick while you have a break, I think I am too tired for this right now. Because I cannot follow.
Yep.
Good night.
Then it must be time.
I
Appreciate
think
it.
it is.
Great to see you, Kat. I'm sorry it's so brief.
No, it's okay. We should catch up next week.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Great to see you.
Great to see you. I miss
I'm
you.
waving as if you can see me, like behind my.
Nobody can see anybody but me.
Yeah.
Night, Cat. W's for Cat.
Thanks, Kat. Can I be like your lawyer for a moment? Just be
You
your
need to be.
attorney and your representative?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like my assumption is that what you're hearing is there's you correct me if I'm wrong, but my assumption is what you're hearing is like, gosh, I've never heard any of this before. And none of this, what I'm hearing, actually matters when it comes to my actual beliefs about Christianity or Catholicism, right? You said Catholicism?
Mm-hmm. I
Does
mean,
that,
I'm gonna say you are 70% correct. Because it matters, but it's not shaking my faith.
yeah. So I guess my question would be something along the lines of like, why doesn't it matter? If, okay, let me ask it another way. You know that the books from Genesis to Chronicles exist in a Christian Bible as like the first half. You would call it the Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you have sort of the second half, which is what you would call, I would call the Christian Bible, you would call the New Testament, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If the expectations of the Hebrew Bible are one way, and the claim of the Christian Bible is that it is the fulfillment of the Hebrew Bible. In other words, if the New Testament's claim is that it is the fulfillment of the expectations of the Old Testament, why do they appear in such contrast to each other?
You know, speaking of contrast, and I don't mean to change the subject or evade your question, but I just wanted to point something else out. There's so much contrast with, I feel like, God's personality, I could say, between the two testaments. And that really confuses me.
Yeah, I agree that the Christian Bible is all about hell and sin and sending non-believers and people who sin to the burning fiery pits of hell, whereas the God of Judaism is about redemption and mercy and about forgiveness and weighing the scale in your favor and
Like, I think I read something in the Old Testament one time about a guy that, like, oh, I can't say some words, but he did it onto the rug, and then he died. Like, he shot him, he thunderbolt down, and then he died.
wait, are you talking about Elijah with the chariot of fire?
Oh, no, not an actual thunderbolt. I don't remember what story I was reading, but it was a good guy, and there was a girl, and then afterwards, he spilt his seed onto the rug, and then he was punished with death.
Yeah, I remember that. I can't remember. I don't know if I about a
You
thunderbolt, but you're
remember
saying,
that?
yeah, yeah, for sure. I guess my point is that why then does Christianity, well, whatever. Thrayle, you take it from here.
Well, no, you had a question that she totally kind of sidestepped to talk about this
Mhm.
difference
Hmm.
between the God of the Old Testament and New Testament.
Right. If the expectations of the Hebrew Bible are in contrast to the claim of the Christian Bible, why does the Christian Bible include the Old Testament, as you would call
I don't know. I was thinking on that too, because some of the stuff, I say some of the stuff, I feel like the Old Testament is it's old news. I don't know. It's really weird though.
it? Yeah, like what, like why do you like why include it? You know, what is it about the Old Testament that you need in order for the Christian Bible
I
to
know.
sustain
Maybe
itself?
it was just like a foundation,
Got
but
it. So a
some of it
foundation.
doesn't. Yeah, what the story's based off of, but
Got it.
not quite.
Mhm. If it's based off of that story, um,
But you
like
know, whenever Jesus came, like,
Hang on there, Siren.
yeah,
Was
so yeah, like imagine I built a house. It's a ranch house. You know what a ranch house is?
uh-uh.
A ranch house is a house that only has one story. You walk in, that's the whole house. You walk to the left, there's the kitchen. You walk to the right, those are the
Oh, okay.
bedrooms. It's just one story, a
Mm-hmm.
singular one story. Now, let's say I built an addition onto this one story house on top, a second story, if you will. So we have the original first story on the ground level, right? The foundation. And then I build a second story on top of that. If I remove the first story, what happens to the second story of this house?
It collapses.
so then you. I think there's still some processing going.
Oh, I was reading a comment. Maybe it's not the first floor. Maybe it's a basement.
What happens if you remove the basement?
No, it wasn't removed, it was flooded. But don't worry, there's an arc. I'm just making jokes at this point.
It's actually a pretty good joke. Um, but I think still doesn't actually engage with the question because you got there. And then I think maybe you told yourself something in your mind that allowed you to sort of pivot away from it by making a joke of it. And I would be curious, sort of, what that process was like for you, where you had a realization. It was quiet for maybe 45 seconds, and you had this realization, and then you said to yourself, "Oh, I'll switch the analogy and then add a joke to that."
Hmm. There's a lot of weird things in the Old Testament, though. Like a lot of rules that I feel like,
Well, that's you don't have to worry about the rules. They're not your rules. Don't
don't eat
why?
pork.
Yeah, yeah, you should enjoy pork. This whole thing is for a different group of people that wrote the text
Mm-hmm.
for themselves.
Why would any of these texts be for you? Siren.
I feel like they'd be for me, but I don't know about the texts per se, the ones that are rules that feel like they don't apply to me.
I mean,
Maybe
even
not
the
those.
New Testament. Why would even the New Testament be for you?
Is this more like a theological or a personal question?
Either.
Is there? It has a lot to do with feeling, I think. Like feeling that I can't describe and it's not logical at all. Very strong love. Like, whenever I stopped believing, like that bond was broken. Like whenever bones break, but when they heal, they're stronger. And when my faith was restored, it was stronger. And the feeling did wear off after a while, but it was still there, if that makes any sense. Even though it didn't feel as strong, like,
A feeling.
yeah, a feeling.
Could
Like
this...
when you just know, you know,
You know what?
You just know that he's real and he loves you, and I love him too.
So it's a feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Can the feeling be entirely within your mind?
In my heart and all around me.
What I mean is, can it be...
No, I know what you mean.
Okay.
I don't think so because it's not something I've felt before. And what I mean by that is it's not like, I'm not crazy. This isn't something just in my head. This is something new to me that I've never felt before.
Well, I just want to clarify, do you think that if it is something just in your head, then that would imply that you are crazy?
No. But the way you said, that's just in your head now.
Right. And that's why I wanted to clarify that. I'm not trying to
Right.
say it is in your head. I'm asking, how do you know that it is not?
You know, if you want like any, I don't have proof. That's not what faith is. But I do have evidence. And I have this jar of scripture. And I feel like every time I need a sign or guidance, whenever I open the jar and take something out, I always get what applies to me in that moment. There are
Okay.
signs. Is what I'm
So
saying.
in your jar of scriptures, is it every scripture? Or is it just the ones
No.
that can kind of apply to nearly every situation and guide you to some sort of thoughtful resolution? It's just the ones that kind of seem like morals.
Mm-hmm. And these were given to me when I went on a Catholic Acts retreat. So like there was one, and it was always about a guy from me. It was
So
one
before you,
time.
I don't need you to give me examples of
Okay.
times the jar worked. I don't see how this is actually evidence. What you're telling me is you have a jar full of Bible-themed fortunes, basically a magic 8-ball that gives you happy news when you need it.
Not always happy.
Sure, it helps you to come to decisions or think of things critically because it makes you either do what it says or realize you didn't want to.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm. So then, how is that evidence that it's not in your head?
There are other signs. I'll just giving an example of signs.
And to be
Sometimes,
clear, I'm not really seeking evidence. I'm just asking you if you have considered if it could be in your mind. Is it possible?
sometimes things are in my mind, and I get upset whenever I think something is a sign and it's not. But other times, it seems more real.
Would it upset you greatly if you found out that none of them were signs?
I don't know.
That they were all like fortunes in a jar, helping
Hmm.
you make decisions you were already going to make?
I don't think it would upset me, and I would still feel like God had some sort of play into it, if that makes any sense. Like, not necessarily a sign, but guidance, just general guidance.
In what way would God be guiding those things?
Because I ask Him to help me figure out which ones I'm going to pull out of the jar. Like, today, when I opened the jar, 3 scriptures fell out. So I didn't actually choose it myself. And when I read them, they all seemed very relatable to one another and applicable to my own situation. So I felt that it was guidance from Him because it came out to me.
Okay. I'm not hearing any questioning of your belief. I'm hearing you kind of dig deeper, sticking your toes down. I don't hear critical thinking happening. I hear evasion from nearly every question and jokes when you feel cornered. I'm not trying to attack you, but I don't see you participating anymore. I appreciate you, Siren, for coming up, but I think we're going to move on to the next guest.
Okay.
I hope you keep asking questions. And maybe, if you find more answers, come back, and we might have more questions for you.
Good evening, everybody.
What's up, Blake?
Good evening, Blake. Don't
Still
tell me what the
figuring out.
D stands for, Danny.
I think it's just like you know how like in Italian, like it's like D'Angelo, like to guest.
I wouldn't expect an apostrophe.
Shorthand. Or maybe it's like decent, D for decent. I was gonna say like defense, D guest.
Decent. Decent. Okay, Danny. That's good. She was a decent guest. Yeah. There were. I could feel that we were going to reach an impasse soon, and I felt it best to just move forward. But those feelings were all in my head.
Okay, I gotta ask, are you controlling yourself? Like on the like I don't understand how that's happening.
What do you mean, controlling myself?
Yeah. Um,
Are you controlling
trying to
yourself?
no, I don't know. Clearly not. No, I'm saying like what I'm looking at on the Batcolyte.
Mhm.
Um, well, I guess I just like from a uh, Imagineer sort of perspective. What's going on here? What am I witnessing?
Um, the video is on one device and the audio is on the other. So sometimes there's a lag. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, yeah, the video of what?
With me?
Yeah.
Your tone gave a little bit of like, I'm freaking out, man. I need you to be real with me for a second. Like, oh,
What
It's
am I
just so
seeing? What
good.
am I seeing, man? I'm
Yeah,
freaking out.
it's so good. I guess like you have, well, I think that there is actually a great amount of appeal. I want you to know that I'm appreciating the mystery. because I know that I'm being tricked, and that's fine. You don't have to say anything, but I'm appreciating the fact that I can't fucking figure it out. So I like magic. What can I say?
Yeah, having the visual definitely adds some things. I feel like you need some like red curtains behind you, like an old like fortune teller booth. It's like the perfect aspect ratio for that.
Red curtains. Why would anybody have red curtains behind them?
Dun dun dun.
It's not a full curtain, but you know.
Oh, you need a gay to help you with those curtains. There needs to be
Yeah, no,
tassels and some crushed velvet.
tassels. It's basically a green screen, except I need more red light, so I used a red screen and my green eyes. Things would be messed up.
They're smart. They're smart.
Mhm.
But
Red
you
screen.
could utilize those green eyes for some fun if you had a whole physical background.
What do you mean by that?
You could like turn them into like some galaxies or
Oh, yeah, that's a little beyond what I have. Like, can you turn your eyes into galaxies?
I mean like through the camera system. Like if you had a physical background, then you could use the um, like
The
chroma
green
keying
screen, yeah, chroma key.
to on your eyes to
Mhm.
like make your eyes do crazy effects. You could put flames in your eyes.
That's the best effect. Like the whole thing is incredible, but also
When
when
the
it fades
lights,
back, oh yeah,
yeah,
it's great. Yeah,
it's unintended, but fun.
yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what makes it even better. It's like a flickering.
Yeah, it's like my brain is adding VHS lines and over top of it.
Yeah, like all it needs is like a slight head tilt, every like 2 to 3. Yeah, there it is. It's good. An inquisitive sort of like, but like almost reptilian. Don't read too much into that.
I think we might have made people in the queue wait long enough.
No, make them wait longer. I have more thoughts on tassels.
Is there a sound coming? I mean, I don't know. I'm missing something. Is there anybody out there? Oh, there's the music.
It's
Yes.
weird. It keeps fading in and out. There we go. I think I found the level. And we've cleared most of the Q ghosts. Let's see if any of these guests still exist. Hello, Gizmo. Oh, Gizmodo. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god do you believe in?
Well, I walk with Jesus Christ. I walk with the Father. But I also understand that God is God, so I'm starting to acknowledge God more and more. But I found Jesus Christ and the Father and the Holy Spirit first before I started to acknowledge God.
Okay, so you're saying that as though these are separate beings?
Yes.
Is your belief based in the Bible?
Yes.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I've never read the full Bible, no. It's too much for me to take in, especially the Old Testament. I've mainly focused on Jesus' words and some of the disciples' words.
Sorry, you said you focused on Jesus' words and some of what?
Some of the disciples, John, James, Peter, Jude, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John.
How have you listened to the disciples?
Them words have become like food to me, just like Jesus' words are like food.
Their words?
Yeah.
How do you know their words?
Well, when Jesus, the things that the disciples could hear when Jesus was talking, that are expressed in the Gospels, that are expressed in the New Testament. When I hear Jesus being
Sorry,
spoken,
I wasn't asking about Jesus. I was asking how you know the words of the disciples.
well, I look for Jesus in the words of the disciples. If I don't hear Jesus in the words, then I don't eat it like food.
You're not listening to me at all. You're just kind of preaching past in a weird, poetic way. Why did you request up, Gizmodo?
Because you asked if
I have a question.
I have challenged my own beliefs and tested my own beliefs, and do I question my own beliefs? And I have had to do that very much, especially
I didn't ask
with
if you have. I ask if you can.
I can, yeah.
Um, what's your favorite book other than the Bible?
Probably John, Book of John.
Um,
He said other than the Bible.
Probably the Book of Enoch.
joking, right?
He's just here to preach, right?
Oh, really quickly though, like the point was like if I were to read Harry Potter and like it's actually a funny, interesting exercise. Like if I read Harry Potter but only by what Harry Potter says. Can you imagine doing that? Like, can you imagine reading, uh, you know,
I do it
Huck
with other
Finn
books as
only
well.
only reading what Huck Finn says?
I do it with other books as well. There's other books that I've read that I'm like, oh, could this be real? Like there's a lot of
But you just read
Gnostics.
this. You just read the words of the main character. You read other
Well,
books like that.
to be honest with you, any other book that I read, I never really read it. I just take certain words or passages or maybe a small text from a book. I have a lot of books, but I only take small snippets when I'm reading. The only book that I've ever really digested and invested in is the Bible, and books that kind of
Yeah, but you're not
go.
invested in the Bible because you haven't read the Bible. You only read
I
Jesus'
couldn't.
words. That was
I
that was
couldn't
the point of
read.
the question.
I couldn't read the Bible all the time because I believe in something called the Mandela effect, which I believe is changing the Bible, which affects my ability to read the
Have a good
Bible
night.
by.
That's not even what that means. That's not how any of this works. Like, why do you believe in Jesus?
Because I was once at a space that I was really dark and twisted and lost, and I was a sinner, and I needed help. And the one space that I found help was in Jesus. But like I said, I found Jesus Christ and the Father and the Holy Spirit first. I didn't look at God, the God of this world, as my creator. I look at the Father as my creator. Like I acknowledge God as God because he is God, but I can't say that that God is my creator. He gave me my body, but he didn't bring me into this world.
What are you even talking about?
I
What
should
is
stop
God?
listening. I thought he was. I didn't think that he was questioning anything.
No, he's not questioning. He's not questioning anything. He's just here to preach.
How does the Mandela effect apply?
It doesn't.
Because it started to change the Bible.
Do you believe that, or are you just saying that because like
No, I honestly believe that. Like, I'm not trying to joke. I'm not even trying to preach. Like, honestly, I'm
How
not.
would you know
Like,
it's changed the Bible if you haven't read it?
because what I have read of it has changed.
How do you know? You've already said
Because
you're
it's
not
because it's
processing
not.
it
books in
hasn't
the.
changed, man? You've
It
changed.
How do you, like, really, Gizmodo, how do you know that it's changed
like
if you're not even
because it's
taking
not the
in,
same.
you're not
Like,
even letting
it's
me
not
finish
the
the
same.
question? Are you not
Sorry.
capable of letting me finish the question? What's the matter with you,
Embrace the
Gizmodo?
change.
What's the matter with questions? Are you afraid that I'll finish the question?
No, I apologize. I'm autistic. I've got a bad habit of interrupting.
Nope. No.
Dude, we're talking about religion at like 3:30 in the morning. This entire room is like autistic, to some degree.
Yeah, I'm not doing the blame autism for my inability to let a question finish. Hello, Aideen. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I am 21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do not.
Why not?
Well, just for like some backstory. So both my parents, well, one of my dad was or has always been an atheist, and I kind of grew up in the church a little bit, like just as a small child, and quickly realized like how
I didn't
illogical,
Okay, there
yeah,
we go.
just how illogical it was. And kind of started talking to my dad more as I got older about how do I put
Okay, Let's
Yeah.
stop for a moment. I didn't ask for an autobiography. I simply asked why you don't believe in a God. So you're saying that you found at a certain age that it was illogical.
Yes.
What do you mean it was illogical?
It like Sorry, 1 second.
Okay. While he takes that second, thank you guys for the 48,000 times you've tapped that screen. Appreciate all of that. Of course, you could tap more. The more we tap, the more we get out to the FYP of somebody who can question their belief in God or gods or higher powers or, I don't know, Yeti, space monster, mermaid, Jesus, whatever it is they believe. If they can question it, well then, hopefully we get out to their FYP and they find their way up to the panel.
Did you ask their age?
I did. Be interesting to see if it stays consistent. Hey, Aideen, can I get your age again?
Yeah, I'm 21.
What year were you born?
2004.
Which month?
July?
Just checking.
Yeah, no worries.
Happy birthday.
The entire panel up here is trying to do some quick maths.
Yeah.
And we need more coffee.
Oh, I got plenty of blueberry coffee.
Sorry, that sounded so wrong in an American accent. We do some quick maths.
Did you have a question there, Raf?
Yeah, well, he said 1 sec, and you had asked a
That's
question.
right, I did.
Oh, sorry.
What was
It was
illogical about God?
just the fact that there's nothing physical about it, I would say. Like
I'm sorry,
it's not part
because
of
there's nothing physical about it, that makes it illogical.
what
What is logic?
like your like facts and understanding, maybe?
Facts and understanding. So to you, logic is facts and understanding, and you found God to be against your facts and understanding
Yeah.
because he's not physical.
Well, and I guess more into like the understanding part, like I can't understand something that's not physical.
Are thoughts physical?
Yeah.
What's that?
Are thoughts physical?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How sure?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it's like a trick question or anything.
No, I mean, well, I'm only supposed to ask questions, so I guess I would say, like, have you looked into that at all?
If thoughts were physical,
Hmm.
I have not. I just kind of assumed they weren't.
Would you be surprised to find out that they are physical?
I would be.
So, are you certain that they're not physical, or is it possible that they could be physical?
I'm pretty certain.
Um, should we check together?
I think he's Googling. We might have gotten a call.
Wait, hello, can you hear me?
Now we can. Yeah, when you leave the app, we can't hear you.
Oh, gotcha. I had no idea.
So if you went to Google something, we can't hear you. Like right now, we can't hear you at all.
Yeah, so it says thoughts are physical by...
Okay, maybe Aideen, it sounds like you have some conversations to have with Google still about why it is you don't believe in a God.
Wait, just say that one more time?
It sounds like you still have some conversations to have with Google or whatever AI you're using to determine why it is you don't believe in a God. Is that right?
Thrayle, what do you think about this syllogism? If thoughts are physical and God exists in thoughts, God is physical.
Think God is as physical as a unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I mean, I guess, yeah. I never
I'll
really
take God's
thought
real
about
if I get unicorns are real too.
Yeah, why not?
it. I guess depending on what your thoughts are.
Hmm. I have questions that can tear it apart, Rav. But you're still questioning, Aideen.
I'm trying to find a hole in my own thought.
Oh, you need a hole in your syllogism.
Uh,
Thoughts. What are thoughts? What is the thing that is a thought that you're calling physical?
yeah, I mean it's the process of these neurons interacting in the way that they
So the
interact, but I
subjects
have
of the
no idea.
thoughts are not
Yeah,
physical.
well, oh, I see what you're saying. The got it. Yeah, but in the way that the thought exists, even as a neuron firing, it exists. And so that is the physical representation of that. And so that thought requires a physical neuron to fire. And that little neuron firing, I mean, I'm really trying to find a hole in this, but like that is the physical, it is small. I don't know, like it's pretty powerful in some regards, but also certainly not all powerful. Um, and it's perfectly in line with my theology.
That's why you won't. That's why you are.
I want the whole though.
Now
I
you
want to.
need.
I'm sorry to take away from your
Yeah,
questioning,
right.
Aideen.
Because we're questioning Aideen.
Yeah,
Yeah, no problem.
now you have a novel
Aideen,
thought to question,
we
Thrayle.
can fix this. Aideen, I appreciate you being here. We're gonna keep moving forward. Nothing against you. I hope you keep asking questions. We are looking for believers. If you've got a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, like Rav does. And now I've got to question Rav's God real quick.
Why?
I don't have any questions. He's just right on the thought part.
So if a thought is physical, right, and a neuron is firing for the thought, what separates that thought of God from the thought of I need to shit?
Yeah, that's great. I love that. I don't know. I don't know exactly what, like, certainly there is some difference. Maybe there's a lot of overlap too, which I think is pretty funny. Like, as far as like the vast majority that goes into that process. But there's got to be something, even if it's like infinitesimally, fractionally, different. There is something that is uh, different. I don't know what it is, but it is the difference between those two thoughts, uh, which is definitely a cop out. I'm not saying there is necessarily a difference between them. Even if you're having the same thought, like,
Mm,
I thought of a vanilla ice cream cone and now I'm thinking of
you,
another vanilla ice cream cone, you
right.
know?
You thought of God today. You thought of God yesterday.
Yeah,
Those are different
totally,
thoughts,
totally,
which would make them
absolutely.
different gods.
Different gods every time.
But
No, because
really,
it's all part of the process.
right.
And that's,
But
yeah,
it's if it's just a thought, if
yeah.
a thought is physical, whatever it is we're describing as the physical part of a thought, um, then
Ooh, now, you know what, Thrayle? Just to full loop it, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I
because
had a,
yeah, because there was
if
an end to that. But go ahead.
because they're so similar, if that one teeny tiny thought about this, like, whatever the nebulous thing of this whole discussion of like, God, can you question your beliefs, all these different things, like this sort of nebulous conversation that surrounds it requires, sort of a thought process that is unfolding and sort of, firing through these neurons in particular patterns and whatever. Uh, that actually makes it even larger
But
in a
what makes
physical
it God?
sense. What's that?
What makes it God? And
Actually, I
it's
think
only
maybe
larger by you categorizing all of them together into one
totally.
category.
Yeah,
But we could go through and separate and fish apart each one into their own categories if we needed
absolutely.
to.
Like fiber
Because
optic
it's
cable.
right, but it's just human categorization, human interaction, human centric.
Oh, totally. I mean, animals don't think about God. I mean, maybe they do. I don't know. But they probably is like whatever animal they are. I bet horses have gods.
Hmm.
I bet squirrels and some social rodents have some religious practices. I mean, we were already like building weird circles of stalagmites and burying people hundreds of feet into caves that were really hard to get to a long time before we were humans.
I don't think elephants need gods.
Why?
I don't know. I think I idealize elephants in my head in terms of like intelligence and social structure and ritual. And
You think they're too intelligent to need a god?
I think I, I, I do not have anything to back this up, but I heard something that there was some thought about some sort of uh, like I'm saying this out loud and it sounds so dumb and I really don't even want to say it because I don't actually know anything about it, but I think I remember hearing of some like potential telekinetic sort of thing with elephants that they have some ability to like convey information to each other or something like that. But again, I'm not even like I
They
would
can
I should
communicate through infrasound, which is a range of hearing that like we can't hear, or a range of sound that we can't hear. So they can communicate with each other miles and miles and miles and miles away from each other. But like
that
you,
makes me
as a
feel so much
human,
better, by the way.
you can't even like tell anything is going on. You might start to like feel, sometimes it makes you feel uncomfortable because it's like literally shaking your tissue, but you can't hear it, and so you like just start to get uncomfortable because it starts to send off like your like earthquake um, sensors.
That makes me feel a lot better. Um, yeah.
We do have a guest. Sorry. Presnia? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 49.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Well, I've watched you for a while and I want to be challenged on it because it's challenging. I believe that everything that we need is within us and that the Bible is a teaching guide but has been weaponized. I believe that we all have a soul purpose and that as we go through life, me, for example, trauma, all of that, we are meant to not live in that, but transmute it into love. And that this world just needs to focus on themselves, look within themselves, trust the process. And I believe in frequency and energy and elevation of the soul.
There's a lot there.
Yeah, sorry.
Frequency, energy, elevation of the soul. What do you mean by energy?
That I can explain. That is why I'm up here, is to find out if anybody else understands. I had a near-death experience.
What do you mean by that?
I physically stopped breathing for 4 to 6 minutes, and during that time, I had a spiritual experience where it was just kind of shown to me. I had to go through like what do you call that? Life, going over your life. Like, the word isn't coming to me right now. I'm so sorry. I'm a little nervous.
So, Presnia, when you had this NDE, did your heart cease function?
It did.
And did your brain?
That I don't know. I just know that I could hear. I was on life support. I remember them turning the machine off and then having this experience where I had to go through a life review, and I was shown an understanding of all the things that happened to me and why, from the perspective of the person that harmed me and from the perspective of myself. And when I came out of that, it led to 7 years of hell, I guess you'd call it. And then when I came out of that, I just had a knowing. And when I walk into a room,
7 years.
Yeah.
So, you're saying, if I'm understanding correctly, you had a near-death experience. You're
Yes.
hearing the heart monitors. You're hearing, you said life support. They shut off life support. I'm not sure what you mean by that. And then after that, you had an experience where you had to go through a life review. And
Correct.
And then 7 years later, you had an awakening.
Yes.
Do you mean that you were in the near-death experience for 7 years? Or do you mean that you came out of it, had your life go on for 7 years?
Right. I'm not sure if how to word it. I had unalived myself. So when I woke up, I was still very angry, and it took me
7 years.
7 years to
Okay.
figure that out. I went into
So to
severe
understand
addiction.
correctly, yeah, if I'm understanding correctly, then you're saying that you tried to do something, you failed, and the medical staff seems like they nearly gave up, and then you came back and you were mad, and 7 years
Yes.
later you remembered this as a life review, and that you were changed by that.
Yes. I walk into a room, when you asked about energy, when I walk into the room, I instantly know every emotion in the room to a point where I've had to learn how to. Sorry,
I'm sorry, Presna. What you're
Jamie.
saying, Jamie. Okay, I was not sure what to do with that, Jay. Thank you. You're saying that now you have some kind of telekinetic empathy.
I don't quite understand what that means, but yes,
Telepathic empathy, whatever it is, you can feel emotion from across a
yes,
room without seeing or interacting with the people there.
yes.
You can
And if
feel
somebody,
emotion even if you don't know someone is there.
yes, I know their intention almost immediately
How have you verified this?
through the people that I talk to. I'll go up to somebody that's close to me, or I shouldn't say close to me, an acquaintance, and I'll just, are you okay? And then I will all of a sudden just know what's wrong with them to the point where it freaks people out. Like I've just always had a knowing my whole life, but it just is way more profound now.
Okay. So far, Jamie, if I've heard, I'm sorry, did I say that wrong? What I'm understanding is you had an experience where you know, failed at what you tried to do, and then
Right.
7 years later you remembered it as a life review.
Yeah, the
How can you
experience.
verify that that experience occurred as you remembered it if you didn't recall it for 7 years?
I I recalled it like it was always there, but because I didn't understand it, I was still struggling with life, and I was like, why would I choose this path? Like, why would I do all of this? And through those 7 years, I believe I had what is defined as the dark night of the soul, but that's just a wording that I've heard that I understand. But I feel like people try so hard to find something in books or through people about what they believe when it's all within us. Everything we need is within us.
Right.
Yeah.
I know that's where you started. Everything we need is within us. It was how you kind of, I don't want to say avoided the first question, but I don't.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the first question about God. I don't know if you believe in a God. You've been kind of evasive with that. Do you think there's a God there?
Yes. I think it's a God of my understanding. I believe Jesus was a prophet. he never claims in the Bible to be the Son of God. Other people refer to him as that. But yeah,
Have you read the Bible
I have.
from beginning to end?
Yes. I went to Bible college.
And do
I
you
drove my
believe
professors nuts.
and do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
I believe them to be true. I believe that things have been manipulated in order for there to be control in religion that people feel that they need in order to.
Okay. But do you believe that the Bible is literal? The stories within it.
Yes, I believe them to be true.
So the earth created in 6 days, Adam and Eve, the first humans, global flood, Exodus, all those stories are true as written.
I believe that they were written as what was perceived back then to be the events that occurred. So no, I guess I'm going to backtrack and say no. I think the Bible isn't literal. I think it was written as they knew how to write it then. Time is linear, so 6 days and 7 nights, were you there to see that? Like, how do they? I think they just used time and to try to explain something that can't be understood. But I do not believe that Adam and Eve and we were made from the rib of a man. No.
So no.
I believe the Bible's a guideline.
A guideline for what?
How we should live life through love and acceptance and peace. And
Where do you find love and acceptance and peace in the Bible?
how do I explain that? Through Jesus, the things that he did, he lepers and things like that. He loved everybody, and he just wanted
Did
to
he
do
love the
good.
Canaanite woman that he called a dog?
Did he love what?
The Canaanite woman that he called a dog? She was a Canaanite, right?
See, those are the things that I think people focus on to derail themselves from looking within. I don't think things in the
That's kind of
Bible.
insulting, isn't it?
It is. Trust me, I am conflicted with this just as much as anybody listening to me. That is why I came up, is to have an understanding.
What do you mean, like, those are the things that people derail on to keep themselves from looking within? There's nothing about this story that makes me need to look within, and I don't think it's a derailment. I think that it is like a overt display of misogyny, and I don't understand how that could be unimportant or derailing.
I just don't feel that one depiction of the Bible has any relevance to what I feel is true. Discernment.
What is discernment?
Again, it's an inner knowing of, does it make sense? Is it relevant to today? Is it relevant to me and being a better person than I was yesterday? Is it
It's
contributing?
A feeling. You determine what the truth is according to your feelings.
For me, yes. I'm definitely not trying to tell anybody else how to feel or think or believe. I just know. Sorry?
Do you think that we live in the same objective reality and just perceive it differently? Or do you think that we are all living in our own separate individual realities?
No, because we are affected by everybody around us. So it's everybody's a part of my reality. It's how can I transmute my reality into acceptance and understanding and
What is your reality? What do you mean by that?
so instead of living in the frame of mind that I was, like, why did God do this to me? What kind of God would let that happen to me? Just the different things that have happened in life, good and bad. There was always a presence with me that continued to. Sorry.
How is this explaining what you mean by your reality?
Well, the reality around me is if somebody does wrong to me, I try to accept it, and I'm not sure how to explain that. See, that's why I'm up here, is these things aren't something that I went out seeking. They just are.
What do you mean they just are? How did you discover them?
I no longer had that, after that experience, I had an understanding why those things had happened, and that my soul was to show that evil doesn't conquer. I know that sounds really, really weird, but I really do believe that my soul chose that path so that I can help heal other people that went through that kind of trauma, to see that. Yeah.
Well,
Sorry. I know. It's, yeah. So I used to, I went to Bible
Hang on,
college.
Jamie.
I've been baptized.
hang on.
She said she was talking to me. Go ahead, Kat.
I need help. I don't know how.
How you're getting an autobiography all of a sudden from that question.
I have no idea what is happening. And it's not because I'm losing the plot, because it turns out you need to eat for your brain to work, and I did that, my brain's working again.
That's good.
It is. I can't believe I didn't think of that before.
No, it's definitely. Oh, your brain wasn't working.
Yeah, earlier before I left.
My lights are flickering way too much. Jamie.
Yes.
You said when you first came up here that you've watched for a while and you came to challenge your belief.
Yes.
I don't hear that. I don't hear you challenging anything. I hear you asserting, stating positively, doubling down, seeking for explanations, excuses, and ways to circumvent questions.
Okay. Is there...
Do you remember Kat's question?
I do not.
I was asking you to explain to me what you mean by your reality.
What is it you mean?
We all live in the same reality together. Then how is your reality? Is your reality that reality? Is your reality a part of that reality? Is it separate from? What does it mean when you say that?
Yeah, see, that went way deeper than it's just, yeah, I don't know how to answer that.
Great.
I'm just,
W. Good job.
sorry?
Good job.
So
It's a great answer.
if you don't, yeah, it is a great answer. I don't know if it's a great answer. If you don't know, though, what you mean by your reality, if there's no distinction, or if you're not sure how to distinguish, then
I may have been wrong in using that wording. I don't know how to explain my reality. Does that make sense?
rather than try to explain it, and again using that wording, your reality,
I guess when you say your reality, do you mean the way you perceive the people, things, and events going on around you?
Yes.
Okay. So your perception of the experience that you're having.
Yes.
Okay. And so you are having this experience, and I am having this experience, and our experiences are now entangled, and they're all part of the same reality. And where is God?
God is in everything. In my perspective or understanding, is that we are all of God.
Jamie? Is it Jamie? I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Jamie, you are doing a fantastic job. And I also hear maybe some hesitation or some thoughts processing. And I want you to know that if you hit a boundary, if you hit a place where you need to take a breather, take a break, step away, that's okay. You can just say that. You can come back another time. I'm sure Thrayle will more than welcome you back. And
I'm fine.
okay. I just want to give you that option. A lot of people don't think about it, but it can be helpful. And we've all stepped away from the questioning before.
I like the challenge of it because I'm trying to understand it myself.
You're doing really well.
Thank you.
I can hear you giving it thought. So if God is everything, if we are all of God, what does it mean to be of God?
For me, I don't believe it in the sense of the biblical reference to God. I believe that the creator or the universe or whatever essence that is we come from that. So we all have within us the knowledge that we need to live this life on a higher frequency, which you're going to challenge me on that because don't ask me what that means.
My favorite question, but Thrayle does like it. Have you considered that life is exactly how we perceive it to be, and there is nothing higher or after or anything?
No, I definitely believe in different dimensions.
Why have you not considered that it could be exactly as we perceive it to be?
Because I had that understanding prior, and now it's just different. I believe that I believe that there's people here with an understanding to contradict the religion as it is, like as far as the Pope and the hierarchy and all of that. We don't need those things to be of God. We don't need to go to church to find peace or understanding or acceptance. We don't need the Pope, but that's all been programmed, I guess, for lack of a better word, that we need those things. And through those things, a lot of evil and hate has come from that. And yeah.
What convinces you that the Abrahamic God, the God of the Bible, is the God that exists?
I don't think anyone has an answer for that. If you look at all religions, they all have the basic.
I know nobody knows the answer. I'm asking what convinces you personally that it's the God of the Bible is the God. Or at least close to it, I think, is kind of what you've gotten at.
Yeah, I believe that God and then man dictated the Bible. So I believe God is a part of all religions.
But why do you believe that this God specifically is the God?
I personally, because of my experience.
Talking about the NDE, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I kind of missed that because my volume was down. But Thrayle.
Yes.
Can you give me the cliff notes on that?
On which part?
On the NDE.
Oh, she self-harmed and
Okay.
was being. I don't have all the details, but I know that she said that her heart stopped at one point. They removed life support, and that she later remembered that she had a life review during that
How much
period.
later?
7. Well, I remembered it the whole time, kind of in the back of my mind, but because of doing what I did, I still had that frame of mind. So for the next 7 years, I struggled with that and addiction and overdosed and just so many
All
experiences. Yeah. And so when I came out of that, I remembered, and through that remembering, it's just growing. And some days I don't understand it myself.
Like
so
you're reconsolidating the memory.
Yeah. Like it's a long story. When I had the overdose, then it was shown to me again. And when I came out of that, it was more profound. And
okay.
Yeah.
So
sorry.
No, you're fine. So how much do you know about the way your brain works?
I believe that there's parts of our brain that we don't utilize. But no, as far as what you're referring to, and I agree, some people say an NDE is a subconscious of the mind.
Maybe. And there's not a ton of research done into it, right? So we can't really make any claims of knowledge either way. So one of our brain's primary functions, right, is to protect us from danger on the outside world, like being able to detect danger, agency detection, I think it's called, being able to like reason our way out of things, being able to hear and see things that are going to help us, and also by protecting ourselves from like trauma to itself, right? So if we think about this, the most traumatic thing your brain can recognize it as happening to you is unaliving, right?
Yes.
And so if you are in the process of unaliving and your heart is stopping, that got a little aggressive, and but your brain is still functioning, right? For a little bit. It's going to try to do something to protect you from the trauma of the fact that your body isn't aliving. Presumably, at least.
Right. Which was also shown to me that absolutely wasn't right. And I came out of that experience with not having that thought ever again, even though I was angry that it didn't work. It was very hard for me to understand that I needed to live and I had a purpose. It's 48 years of trauma. So it just coming out of that and having an understanding for me.
No, it's amazing.
If it was
an
my
amazing
brain,
feeling.
yeah,
right?
if it was my brain protecting me from that, then I'll take it, because I now live life completely different and have an understanding instead of resentment.
Does it matter to you if what you believe is necessarily the truth?
It matters to me to live what I believe honestly, and yeah, if it's not true, I still am living a good life and doing a living amends for the things that I've done.
Oh, okay. So
if I
I
died,
asked you
I would be at
if-
peace with that.
Okay, so I asked you if it matters if your beliefs are true. And I think your answer is no, it doesn't really matter.
It matters to me.
Does it matter?
But
that your
it
beliefs are
doesn't
true?
matter. It doesn't matter if the person next to me doesn't understand or believe.
So if you woke up tomorrow with a good reason to not believe in any of the supernatural things, right? Any spirits or anything like that, how would your life change?
If I just didn't know what I know now,
No,
I can't unknow what I know.
If you had validation that was contrary to what you already knew.
In my opinion, my experience was validation. Which is difficult to explain because it's a near-death. It was, even if it wasn't a near-death experience, it still was my experience. So for me, that is my
I'm
proof.
not saying you didn't have this experience. I think that you did. I think that these experiences are very, very, very immersive, and the way that they can trick all of your senses into thinking you're experiencing something is absolutely phenomenal.
It's continuing to do it on a daily basis. Like, I can't refute it. Like, I try
well, you
to
can't
just
unhave the experience, right?
Right. Yeah.
But you can question the where the experience is coming from and why.
Well, one example of what I don't understand is I'm in one province and my son is in another province, and I called and asked him why he had a bleeding nose. I had no way of knowing. And the same thing when he went to the emergency room. I was like, I kept seeing like shapes on his face, and here he had been kicked in the face with a soccer ball.
So,
Go ahead.
no, you go ahead. No, you please.
Jamie, you're giving us anecdotes that sound, impressive to you, but
They're not impressive. They freak me out.
I have to tell you, it seemed like it was a slightly unrelated answer, and it seems like you're kind of, if I'm being honest, it sounds like you're braggadocious and preaching. It sounds like you want us to believe that you're an empathic psychic who gained these supernatural powers from a near-death experience. And yet, you said you wanted to be challenged. I don't hear you challenging. I don't hear you questioning. I hear you certain.
I've never heard it explained in the terms that you've used. Psychic is something that I don't necessarily believe in. For me, it was just, I just had a feeling that my son was hurt. That was it. I'm not trying to come across preachy. I'm just trying to find answers to things that I don't have answers to.
I don't know that you are. I feel like you're trying to fit an answer into things, and it seems like
Seems like there's other ways to explain these experiences that you just don't consider it. Is that where you were going through?
No,
yeah, if you have a different explanation, I would be happy to hear it.
What did you say, Thrayle? I'm sorry.
I said, no, that's not where I was going, and you're far kinder, so you should probably.
Okay. Different explanations that you haven't considered. What are you seeking? Truth, comfort, or certainty?
I'm just searching. Understanding, I guess.
Truth, understanding
like
of
what is truth? Like truth is so
subjective.
Yes.
I think that truth would be anything that we can that we find to be testable and repeatable, like empirically true.
Okay, can you elaborate on that?
Empirically true, it means like we can take it to a lab and do it over and over again and get the same results every time.
Okay.
And then comfort is kind of self-explanatory, and certainty would be something that you know without a doubt.
Okay, so my experience, I do feel certainty in that. But truth, say, if I was to say that everything I experienced is absolute truth, no, it's just truth for myself. But I am still searching to understand it. Is it an absolute
truth for yourself, though? Like, is there no way it could be something different?
Right, no, it's not absolute. I am searching for other explanations or searching for other explanations or even just a bit different than other people. That didn't come out right. Yeah, it's really hard to.
Well, it's not that it's necessarily that difficult. Like, I'm familiar with the experience that you had. I'm familiar with a lot of. I'm familiar with that experience, and I think this is the thing that always gets me about this is like a lot of people come up here and talk about their experience with substances like that, or I'm familiar with that experience, and I think experience with substances like that, or and for sure there's no way I could be wrong. I live in the jungle, but like never do they stop and consider and say, that was a cool thing my brain did and a fun little vacation we took for a few hours or whatever.
It
Is
was the
not
after
knowing
effects for
something
me.
scary?
I'm not afraid of the unknown. I don't believe I have all the knowledge, and I do believe that we learn every day, and through our experiences we evolve and come to new understandings. That probably didn't answer your question.
Well, no, so I was asking why the conclusion wouldn't just be that it's your brain chemistry doing what it's supposed to do to protect you.
Right. And I do believe that is what happened in a sense, but it's what came out of it in me. I changed. I just had a different knowing out of nowhere. I just had an understanding.
How do you get a knowing out of nowhere?
Have you ever had not have a memory and then something comes up and all of a sudden you remember it?
It's memory recall.
Right. So it's like I'm remembering something that I already knew. The best way I can explain it is an awakening to an inner truth that I'm searching for.
I don't know that I have any more questions right now.
I don't
Sorry,
either.
am I frustrating you guys?
You're not frustrating.
Yeah, it's not. It's not that you're frustrating anybody. It's that I feel like you're. I don't feel like you're as open to challenging your belief as you think you are. I don't think that's what your interest was in joining the panel tonight.
Well, that's unfortunate.
That you said you've been listening for a while?
Yeah, off and on for the last couple months.
Keep listening.
Okay. Thank you,
You were
guys.
delightful to speak with. Thank you.
You were very respectful, Jamie, and I appreciate you. I do. I hope that you. I hope you keep thinking on this, and
it's a daily thing.
Maybe you'll come back to us with. That you. I hope you keep thinking on this and keep questioning us with.
Maybe I'll understand the questions better.
We're looking for.
Right.
I think that's important. Don't come up here because you think you can provide something we're looking for.
No, I meant more understanding the questions as a challenge.
What we mean by the questions.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
Keep thinking on it. Keep questioning. I appreciate you, Jamie, and I look forward to speaking to you again.
All right. Thank you.
Take care.
I really did like her.
She was polite.
She was trying to.
I think she might have been. And I didn't mean to be too confrontive, but I think some of that was needed to push. And also, I think that there was a little part of her that just wanted to say it out loud.
I think you and I make a pretty good team.
Yeah, maybe.
The food definitely helped my cognition, but then like I kept getting so like lost in.
That can happen. Yeah, especially when the answers aren't direct. You want to give them space to get to the answer that you think is coming, but sometimes it's not. Go ahead,
Kept using up the blood sugar faster than it was getting replenished. I feel that.
That can happen too. Before we greet our new guest, I do need to make sure and thank Forrest Mendez, Heather's Descent, Danny Grax, Jade Smith, Tiny Science, and Nishu. Thank you guys so much for helping with the previous goal. You guys are amazing. Thank you. And we have Den joining us. Den, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello. I believe I'm 34.
And do you have a
hello.
belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in. Well, I'm a Christian, but I don't practice with any type of denomination. I'm kind of on the fringes of like being very, what's the word, liberal. Like I've learned so much that it's very miscued. I just know that there's a higher power, but he could be an alien, he can be this color, he can be that. Like, yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from. Hello? I got very quiet.
Yeah, I was trying to see how you answered my question.
Did
so
I
my
not
question-
answer your question? I'm sorry.
My question was, do you believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that? You're saying you believe there's something there.
Yes,
God.
I do.
Is it a god of any tradition, scriptures, folklore?
Like I said, I believe in, I guess, the Yahweh, Jesus,
So it is the biblical God.
You said, what is it?
I said it is. You're saying it is the biblical God.
Yes.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No, I haven't. That's actually a shortcoming.
Do you believe the Bible is true in the parts you have read?
I believe it has. That's a good question. I think it's derivative of truth, but in totality, no.
Derivative of truth. What do you mean by that?
Like, if I touch the fire, it's going to burn me, but you could, twist that around, and that wasn't the best example, but what I'm trying to say is it's been manipulated, and I think it has been miscued to portray different ideals that got away from the truth, is all I'm trying to say.
So you're saying that some parts point to truth, but that the stories aren't necessarily truthful.
I wouldn't explain it like that, but yes, that does have truth. Like it's just manipulation. I'll agree with you. I'll quit being difficult. Yes,
You don't have to
I
agree
you.
with me. You don't. I don't want you to just blindly agree with me.
No, I'm not blindly
trying to make
agreeing with
sure
you.
I
I'm just very technical. But the way you said it, like you're right. I agree with what you just said.
So which parts of the Bible are true?
Like I said, I look at things very simply, and I'll throw this out too. I'm not all devout and here to argue and this and that, but it's simple. The creator, um, the story of like how it all like originated. Yeah, but all the extra foddery, like I think that's where it got miscued and was used to control the
So you're
masses.
saying that the creation story is true?
Yeah.
So the first chapter, the first book, that story, 6 days in a particular order, all that's true?
In an aspect, but like I said, I've did the research. Well, I guess enough. I see how you chopping me down, but I'm here. I'm going through the process.
I'm not chopping you down. I'm just asking, are you saying that that first chapter is true?
To my knowledge, yeah. But I know that the Bible is what 2,000 years old, and all of this knowledge is a repetitive occurrence from different religions. I think the oldest occurrence is what the jade tablets, which is 20,000 years old.
What jade tablets? What are you talking about?
That's I'm pretty sure that's what they're called. The jade tablets. It was talking about the Anunnaki, and yeah, it's all the same story.
Are you sure?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Is there any possibility you're mistaken?
There could be, yes. I'm not wholeheartedly pushing nothing on nobody. I'm always willing to accept that I'm wrong. But to my knowledge, yes. Yeah, Christianity, it's young, and it
And
comes
you're
from
saying it's a
much older.
copy?
Exactly, yep.
And it's a copy of something you called the jade tablets.
The emerald, there you go, the emerald tablets. Thank you. Somebody.
Oh, the emerald tablets.
Yeah,
What
correct.
are the emerald tablets?
Like I said, I just have the vague knowledge of it. To me, honestly, to be frankly, I care enough to have this conversation, but I really don't give a fuck. Like I'm a free spirit. I just go with the
So
flow.
does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
It does enough for me to acknowledge it, but when it boils down to it, like where's the actual proof? I can't go fucking
Then
observe
how are you
emerald
acknowledging?
tablets.
What are you acknowledging?
What am I acknowledging?
Yeah, you say it does matter in so much as you acknowledge it. What are you acknowledging if you don't know what to acknowledge?
I guess that's why they call it faith, kind of how
Well,
it's
I
all.
don't know. What is faith?
Faith is the belief in something that you really don't have all of the pieces to prove it.
Something you don't have all the pieces to prove.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any pieces?
The words I just pieced together to try to
What
answer
words?
your questions.
Oh, the words you just pieced together.
Yes, sir.
So that is what you have as evidence for a God, or for why you believe in a God, is the words you just said.
Yeah, it's faith. It's all fickle. Yeah. I just did the same thing with you. I just exhaled. Just
Does anybody have a question for the guest?
When you are determining manipulations in the text versus not manipulations, how are you determining what is truth and what is manipulation?
yet again, I think that's another reason why, like what he said, have I actually read it front to back? No. Um, I don't give myself I don't dive in that deep to get exposed to it. It's kind of like, I don't know if this is the best example. Like I once I started to learn about the occult and symbolisms and things, this and that, it kind of like hit me very hard, and like I couldn't stop unseeing things. You know how like you bite the apple and you get the knowledge, and now I'm naked. Like it hurt me so much that I had to like pull myself away from like watching TV and listening to radio and things. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like that's why I say I don't really care. Like I didn't dive into. I don't expose myself to extra um information because it's, yeah, I just keep it very simple. I know that was a very chaotic answer, but yeah, I pretty much like I don't, you know, I heard of it and I know that it was manipulated, with what like the different kings, like you got different King James Bible version, this blah blah blah, this and that, and like talking about owning people, and it's like all of that. Like it doesn't really matter to me because, like I said, it's all about a higher power. It's about love and
Do you
things.
remember the question that Blake asked?
He said, "How do I identify, what was made up, and what was truth? What was used to control, like something like that, right? Control the people."
Well, when you say manipulation, do you mean that like the text was manipulated, or like a portion of it was like specifically written with the intention to manipulate people, and or both?
I think both, for real. Um, yeah, literally. If there's text in there saying that, there's um reason for you to own somebody, and if your wife does X, Y, and Z, you can be stoned to death. And then if you even go to like other like I said, it's all repetitive. I think in the Torah Tanakh, there's uh passages talking about how you can on certain days pleasure yourself with non-human species, and it's like it's all, it's retarded, like on some real, you know what I'm saying? It's just something that was put in place to make tendencies and stuff okay. But like I said, the derivative of it, which is what I was saying earlier, is it's
Yeah. Ugh. Yeah. Please don't say the R word on the panel, please. Or anywhere, for that matter.
I look away for a second. Just a second. Well, I guess it was 20 seconds. And the moment I did, you don't know what you said. You don't know you used an ableist slur. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Some people have to ruin a good thing. We get good questions going, and then they gotta do something like that. No matter, we have another guest in queue, but I'm gonna bet, based on history, that you didn't mean to, but if you did, of course you can hit those blue and pink people by your box, or hit one of the boxes on screen, and join us up here to see if you can question your beliefs. I'm guessing, it's a guess, Rav is asleep. That's my guess anyway.
Probably.
So we'll set Rav down gently, and we'll know in about 10 seconds if he's awake or not.
Well, it gets like 10 times louder as soon as you drop off panel, so I'm sure we'll wake them back up and then they'll come back up. The volcano's about to go any moment.
Oh, is it?
No, not any moment. No way. Hold on. I'll be right back.
That's not awake enough to drive the 45 minutes.
Hold on.
It's overflowed like 3 or 4 times, so it'll probably go pretty quickly. Of course, last time it went really quickly, but I don't know. It's unpredictable. Pele, she's unpredictable. She does what she wants.
Not even glowing.
It's overflowed like 3 or 4 times today, so it's probably about to
It's
get
cooling
soon.
off. I give it 3 more days.
No, definitely not. I wish I had money, I would bet. But
Me too.
I don't have money.
I spent it all on.
This would be like the one thing.
Yeah, we're not facilitating gambling on the Batcolyte, but that's awesome. That you were so confident, and Kat's so confident the other way. I wonder which of you is more likely to be correct.
Yeah, this is like my version of thinking that I can wrestle a bear with like absolutely no qualifications. I'm like, I know when this volcano is going to go off, and then quite often wrong.
Yeah, no, I think it's like give it at least 48 more hours.
And when you grow up on the fringes of Appalachia, that's like a real thing that your high school friends can go do. So you actually have to talk them down from doing that.
I think. Is it? I don't see anybody in queue. It might be time for music.
Who's in here?
I think it's time to hear a song or two. I know which ones.
Wait, did you say, are you asking or telling?
No, I'm telling.
Oh, okay.
Baseline crawling, low and mean. Smoke hangs heavy in between. Neon flickers, eyes on me, like they know what I won't be. Glass half empty, hands don't rest. Every word feels like a test. You lean closer, voice so light, but your question cuts the night. I laugh it off, I play it cool, but I can feel it tightening the noose. Don't ask me why, don't look too deep. There's things I buried I don't wanna keep. Your words got teeth, they bite too true. I ain't afraid of you, just what your questions do. Bass goes thumping, heart in sync. Every silence makes me think what you see and what you guess. Pulling threads I never pressed. Snap your fingers, time stands still, like you're testing iron will. But I'm fraying at the seams. You're too close to in-betweens. You tilt your head, you start to pry, like you can hear my alibi. Don't ask me why, don't chase that thread. This ghost that wake up when those words get said. You dig too slow, you dig too smooth. I ain't afraid of truth, just what it makes me prove. Questions spread like candle wax, melting through the thinnest cracks. Every why a loaded gun, every answer comes undone. Say it sweet, say it kind, still it claws inside my mind. You don't shout, you don't accuse, that's what makes it harder to refuse. You ever feel a word before it lands, like it's already breaking something? Don't ask me why, just let it slide. Some doors don't open from the inside. You play it cool, but I can tell you hear the way my silence yells. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why.
You polish your answers like knives on a Sunday plate. Set them in rows on the table, name everyone fate. You say the map is perfect while walking off the edge, building a throne of matchsticks on a gas-soaked ledge. Tell me, how's that certainty treating you now? Does it keep you warm while it burns your house down? You sleep You swear the sky is ceiling, painted blue for you alone. Measure the storm with rulers you carve from brittle bone. You call your doubts defeated like pests beneath your shoe. But why is your voice so shaky when someone says, ooh, tell me how's that certainty treating you now? Does it kiss your ring while it breaks your kneeling vow? You stand on a stage, nailed tight to one fixed view. How many backs must bend to keep from bending you? Is your faith a lighthouse or just a mirrored flare? Do you love the thing you worship or the feeling of being sure you're there? If every line you drew turned out to be a wall, would you carve a door in it or just raise the height of it all? Tell me, how's that certainty treating you now? Does it taste like pride or panic in your mouth? You march in a circle and call it straight and true. How many lives look wrong just for looking alike you? Step right up, sweet prophet, spin that rigid roulette wheel. Every never you keep shouting is a tale the world will steal. When the tent folds in at midnight and your slogans lose their glow, will you still be so certain of everything you know?
Okay, I think we do have a guest in queue, and we've made him wait long enough. That was a fun jam, though. Before they load in, or...
Those were both so fun.
Hell yeah. And thank you, Heretical Apothecary, for that first one. And thank you all for inspiring the next one. But also thank you to Glam Scum Poetry, Cat the Witch, Tech Omega, and Karu for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you. It does seem like the guest that requested disappeared.
Glam Scum Poetry would be like the best punk band name.
Right. I wonder if they've thought of that. I was gonna say something. Oh yeah. Wait, that's the wrong one. One of these does it. There we go. What do you think? Cat is gone, of course.
Oh no, that's great. I love that. That's amazing.
It took me several tries to get Jesus to dance with the devil.
I didn't even see that part. Who's the leprechaun dancing with?
I'd have to refer to the original. I think the leprechaun is dancing with either a clown or Thor. Santa Claus. I think it's Santa Claus. Yeah, because the alien and the Mothman are in the background. And next to my coffee cup on on the
Well,
other
of course
side.
it's Santa Claus because the alien and Mothman are accounted for,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
we know it's Santa Claus.
it has to be Santa Claus.
Did I ever tell y'all about my Mothman um, like experience or not experience? That's not the right word. Connection to Mothman.
No, you did not.
So unsurprised to hear that.
My fifth grade teacher. Um, oh, I got her name, but I shouldn't say that. My fifth grade teacher grew up in Point Pleasant, which is the town where Mothman was, and the Mothman prophecies came out. And I watched that and had like no idea that she grew up there. And I came in and like started making Mothman jokes. And she got so serious. This lady was so terrified of Mothman. And yeah, so my fifth grade teacher experienced like the original wave of Mothman, and we could never get her to talk about it. But it was clear it was like she had some trauma, about that.
I would.
Have you ever driven through that town?
Well, yeah, there's only like three ways to leave Southern Ohio, or like there's not very many bridges over the Ohio River, so yes, I have driven through there. But it's a lot of once you get to the old mining towns, it is so Silent Hill. And then of course you literally have like a town that's just on fire forever now over there as well. Not the inspiration for Silent Hill. We just happen to have a place that looks exactly like Silent Hill. Somebody imagined a horror story and it was just actually this area.
That's how you know you picked a hometown, right? We still don't have a believer, and I have a lot more songs. I think I know, well, two of them I can play that would make somebody in the room very happy, maybe even three. Yeah, three. Which is just in time because I'm probably about to get a storm. I wonder Wonder if we all tap that screen, if we couldn't get over 60,000 likes before the first song's over. Wonder how much farther we could go before the next one after that. How far can we get before a believer even makes it to the queue?
Cat in a vat, kicking at the side. Says this glass half empty, wasn't asked if it could be. She lists every flaw in the cracks of the walls. Turns a yes into a maybe, and to prove it to me. Cat in a vat, what a drag, what a fact. She asks not what it is, only what it's not. It's not every answer that you give. She's already forgot, but she can question you to pieces on the spot. Yeah, cat in a vat, yeah. She's all that I've got. This perpetual complaint that I can't shut off. She'll roll her eyes and pick your whole life apart. Cat in a vat. Cat in a vat heart. She says, define that, then define what it ain't. Scribble circles in the margins till your patience fades. Every fine, whatever, is a loaded trap. She'll say, sure, I guess. Then file 100 doubts in her head. Cat in her vat, what a drag, what a fact. She asks not what it is, only what it's not. It's not every answer that you give. She's already forgot, but she can question you to pieces on the spot. Yeah, cat in a vat, yeah. She's all that I got. This perpetual complaint that I can't shut off. She'll roll her eyes and pick your whole life apart. Cat in a vat. Cat in a vat heart. You call it overthinking. She calls it being awake. You call it always whining. She calls it spotting every fake. She doesn't need a reason to put you on the stand. She just tilts her head and you confess more than you planned. What a drag, what a fact. She asks not what it is, only what it's not. Every answer that you give, she's already forgot, but she can question you to pieces on the spot. Yeah, cat in a vat, yeah. She's all that I've got. This perpetual complaint that I can't shut off. She'll roll her eyes and pick your whole life apart. Cat in a vat. Cat in a vat heart.
Just
That was
wasn't there.
an interesting interruption, huh?
That was so weird. I shut that camera off like immediately because I was like, oh god, that's scary. There's this line in there that says, she'll tilt her head and you'll confess more than you planned. And that is the story of my life. Like, I used to, when I was like 20, 21 years old, I was a cashier at a grocery store for like 6 months. And people would come through my grocery store line and just tell me their everything.
Way too much, yeah. I know
So
that feeling.
much.
I did that job once.
It was terrible. I hated it.
That was my experience too. So much oversharing.
So much oversharing, so much monotony. Did not like that one.
I had the same experience working at a garden center. There was like they literally had to like pull me aside and be like you have to learn how to get away from a customer because I like could not like stop the customer from talking myself.
One time I had a lady come through my line, and she was like, I was just like, she's like scanning her groceries, and she was like, my dad died today, and like burst out into tears, and I was like,
Yeah, there
I'm
was
just trying to scan your groceries, dude.
yeah, there was so many people that came in and were like, yeah, well, especially because like at a garden center, people are like buying memorial flowers and stuff. And so like that's kind of part of the job. So like when they're getting memorial flowers, you're expecting it. But like a lot of times people would like just come in and like start confessing their lives. And I'm like, I don't know what it is about plants that makes people do this, but it's like to a degree I had not experienced in other service industries.
Conversely, I worked at the child support enforcement office, and I would have to like oftentimes pry those people's personal life details that I needed to know to do my job effectively out of them with a crowbar. It was so hard to get them to tell me anything.
Yeah, working at the movie theater was the best because we didn't need to know anything, and everybody is in such a rush to get to their movie. It's like perfect level of social interaction.
Okay, I may not put all three of the, or all of the next several songs towards one person, but I did want to play this one too.
So tell me, wise pilgrim, who carved the sky ceiling? Was it one beard, 3 crowns, or a council of smoke? Did they argue on Mondays, take Sabbaths for sleeping, or draft up the cosmos on some ale-stained oak? Did time have a cradle? Did nothing have parents? Did chaos keep minutes? Did silence have sound? If I pray in the wrong tongue, wrong day, wrong direction, do I fall through a trapdoor in the churchyard ground? Oops. What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy war? Every whisper, every war filed away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the world keeps spinning out? Did a serpent say, trust me, Did a rig grow a person? Did a flood clean the carpets or drown all the sheep? Did a star hang a sign up, Messiah, this exit? Or did someone just guess it and swear it was deep? If a scroll says I'm wicked, but the scribe loved his neighbor, is it ink that's immortal or the heart that can change? When your creed meets a question, it can't turn to cinders. Do you bind up the thinker or call him deranged? How quaint. What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy wall? Every whisper, every war filed away like time and lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the world keeps spinning? Maybe God's played eyes with sons. Maybe there are none, just none. Maybe meaning's what we make in the dirt with all our mistakes. What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy wall? Every whisper, every war filed away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the rest of us wear our questions?
Did you see what I put in the chat?
I might have missed it. Oh, yeah, no. I saw someone.
Float through?
In the cloistered halls of night, she walks under covered flame, silver ruler at her side. Every mocking knows a name, eyes of blue that haunt its shade, like the sky before it breaks. Hair like gathered raven wings, drinking all the light it takes. Sister Noctis, come and measure every breath, each fragile thread, killer in the darkness, treasure of the living and the dead. Stealth and silence passing through me like a shadow caught in glass. Sister Noctis, holy fury, let the final judgment pass. Bare feet whisper over stone, candles bow as she draws near. Hooded saints avert their gaze, even statues taste her fear. She is bound, she is blade, she is paid, and she is bleed, marks the inches to the vein, where the soul might try to flee. Sister Noctis, all the measure, every breath beats fragile thread, killer in the darkness, treasure of the living and the dead. Stealth sunset. You just draw the line in midnight till